Morning, everyone. Just working an email, and then we'll get working. All right. Maria Lisa. Mara Lisa. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's very warm today. Gross. Reading the characters, it's challenging. There's because there is no visual reference. Hello, can I munch on your booty, please? I think that'd be a little hard to do through a webcam. Nom, nom. Welcome, Swisha. Hope you're having a good morning. Yummy. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're usually working on VR chat avatars right now, but I had to send an email, so. Uh, but I was kind of dreading it, so I had to respond. Put myself on stream in order to actually get it done. Hope you're having a good start to your Wednesday. And I hope you do find a booty you can munch. Thoughts on the metaverse? I definitely think it's the future. Meta is awful. Zuckerberg is a piece of shit. Um, I love VR, and I'm looking forward to cheaper hardware. How about yourself? Do you enjoy VR? The way this shit cost him billions. I mean, in what way? I think definitely think it cost him a lot of money. Looks like oh, gotcha. Regarding Horizon, yeah, I think it's pretty disappointing what he came up with. I wouldn't mind it looking like Wii avatars if he didn't promise more than that. It's like he could have done just Wii avatars, but as long as it was as fun as a Nintendo game, that would have been okay. Like like Rec Room or even VR Chat in a way, where there's a lot of simplified avatars. That's okay, but it's like he just made the avatars and expected there to be something would happen once he made all these Wii avatars. Like, well, maybe make games and then people will show up. Make something worth coming to. When he kept teasing there would be huge announcements, and then it was that he gave the avatars legs and I died laughing. Yeah, that really shows the priority of billionaires. It was like, that's just like a basic expectation. It's still nothing exciting. Well, you'll have to excuse me. I have a lunch meeting with Cliff Huxtable at the Four Seasons in 20 minutes. That sounds so familiar. Well, I wish you well with your meeting. Thank you again for the follow. Thanks for coming by. And good luck on the munching. Same to you. Do-do. What? Hit slide. Bam. Okay. Doop, doop. All right. So now we're going to. All right. So right now, what we're doing is we're working on the texturing of the character. There are a few things I did want to change. First, the client was saying that the face looks a little bit different than they are intending. So I would like to confirm with them what needs to be changed. Let me review their comments actually. We'll move this here. I can't tell this it's colorized yet. Not very Let me just get some photos over to them. Because I'll need to make those eye changes before doing any edits to the eyes. I want to bevel the eyeballs basically, which would give just a smoother edge here. Pretty simple addition. Well fit. For the tufts, don't think I can actually do those. It's kind of limited what we can do regarding that. So we'll leave that alone. Bracelet. We definitely need to make the bracelet. So let's go ahead and turn this on. We have. Wait, am I misreading that? Oh yeah, I'm also need to hide these because these are duplicates. Okay, so we got 3,000 to work with. That's better than I thought. Okay. How much is a single subdivided tuft? $104. That's not bad. Okay. That's not bad at all. Maybe I will still do the tufts. Because if I could get some nice fluff, additional fluff in the ears and in the on the elbows, that would be good. But again, I also need to make the bracelet. So let's do the bracelet first. We'll do that. I'll make a little collection for it. I didn't want to duplicate that. New collection. Bracelet, unsurprisingly. And we'll also make one more for the tufts. Drop it there, like that. Put that in the body. Save. Add the clothing for now. Or actually, this should go in the clothing. Okay, bracelet. So we're going to make a circle and I suppose an icosphere. Can't make a simpler one, so we'll do a cube with one subdivision. And that will be the beads. Mesh. Make it more spherical. More spherical. I don't know why I said it like that. All transforms, and then we're going to slap an array modifier onto this little bead. Boom. And then we'll put a curve above that and sample our. That was a mesh circle. I want a curve circle. Then sample that. Boom. Okay, a little stretch. To be correct, if I turn this up, we get a bunch. They are stretched. Is this one? All right, let me look at the reference. And I think it's just one bracelet. Either way, should be a bracelet without. Double this count. But it's weird that they're stretched like that. Usually that doesn't happen. Okay. It's the right deform axis. I guess I could do that. Prefer not to, though. A little bit of space. A little bit of scaling. I think that is acceptable. This is acceptable. Sort of. That's a lot on its own. But it is within my budget. Okay. Which means that the remaining budget will be used by our tufts. Excuse me. Which are in here in the body tufts. So again, these are 104. So let's do some calculations really quick. So 70, 1, 2, 3, minus 6, 8, 9, 7, 9 equals 1,021. Divided by 104 puts it at 10, roughly. 9. Let's just say 8. So we have 8 tufts that we can have. So we could put which means there's 4. So 2 here and 2 on the elbow. I guess so. Before we do that, let's tab do 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 mark scene unwrap. That way it's just ready to go when we need it. So do that. Then we're going to add that mirror modifier based off the body. So now we have 2. And then additionally, we're going to add a data transfer modifier for the bodies normals nearest face interpolated. And then we just want to turn on auto smooth. And weight paint, do one of these. Boom. Back to the mod. Slap that on there. All right. My eyeball. Okay. So we have that. I'm going to take a quick look at the reference. Not all of them have ear tufts. Tufts. So I think we got to do maybe all 4 just for the ear. And lastly here, do that third tuft. Maybe a little bit too curved. All right. So now we've got some tufts in the ear. And we're very, very close to the edge of that requirement. Very close. Which is good. Just means we're being efficient. All right. So now we've created the. Excuse me. Does it count a curve as mesh? No. Getting distracted. Sending messages. Doing stuff. Now I have this bracelet. I think what we're going to do is scale it, or we're going to change the offset here back to 1, so they are just slightly touching, maybe even like 0.9, and that way I don't have to model a thread between them, and then we'll scale this in. So they touch there. Okay. That's pretty good. Now I'm going to go ahead and tab A, turn off this. I guess it's already unwrapped. Perfect. Just pin that, shrink it, move it out here. And then we're going to mesh the, not just yet. We're going to take the curve. Okay. We are going to mesh it. We'll make a backup copy first. Alright. This will be pre-final or pre-mesh tweaks. Save. And now mesh that. Yep, have to mesh it. And the bracelet goes on which hand? It's on the hand of the glove. I think the image shows the left hand, so it'll be the left hand. Right. Please. Please let me move it. Move it, move it. I just wanted to move it, move it. Actually, I think I should have been able to move the curve as long as I moved the circle in edit mode. That's what it is. Okay. That's perfect, because now we can really get everything aligned properly. That's a lie, because no this way, no that way, no this that way. Put it up a little. All right, that looks pretty good. And we'll just have it dangled down a little bit. Give it a little dangle. Dingle dangle. All right. And then we'll set transform. Now it's locked in, and set it to clothing. Okay. Now turn off the body, select all these items, delete the curve, tab, and now we can move our beads into our map here. I guess I could. No. I really could do each one separately, but I don't think that's the right call. So we'll do just one together right now. All right, then duplicate this one. We're going to send this one into the high poly. I have the space for it, and okay, 1 second. So we're going to I wish I could just spread them out evenly. I think there's a way to do that. Arrange. I don't want to arrange the points. I would like to arrange the islands. Oh, perfect. Islands. Distribute. Nope. All right, that's only that mode. Bleh. Bleh. All right, one at a time. Almost. All right. Now, just some final tweaks to really get everything aligned efficiently. And we can just pop these in pretty much wherever. Sure. Okay, so now we've got all the beads unwrapped. And we're going to put them excuse me, here. Perfect. All right, now I can take this, duplicate it, move this one to the high poly group, and add a modifier for a subdivision surface. Now they'll look very nice. Let's set this to the high poly. Turn them both on. Okay, yeah, that should bake super nicely. Okay. Bracelet done. A few more things to do before we move on to the next one. Move on to Substance Painter. So for the high poly one, we are missing the tufts. I'm going to duplicate the collection here. Actually, before I do that, we need to turn on the body. and figure out where to put these. There's not a lot of space left for these tufts. Thankfully, I believe I'll be able to mirror them. That should work just fine. And then as well, some things do have more resolution than others, so should be able to shrink this down to match the tail resolution. And then fit the ears in here. Just 3 of them. That's perfect. Let's take a look at them. Yeah, they even have perhaps more resolution than some other things. Boom. All right. And then one thing we're missing is the claws. They do not have seams. I usually do give them seams. So let's go ahead and remove them. Wish I had done this beforehand, but that's okay. Beforehand? What a dumb joke. Because they're on the hand. All right. Jesus. All right, so here's the nails unwrapped. Would be nice to know which order they're in, or which hand. So let's just do just these. Then turn off that so we can see them move. Okay, so this is the pinky, middle, ring, index, and thumb. All right. Then we'll do this hand. Ring, pinky. I guess we got the other order. Index, thumb, and middle. Pin. Okay. Now we can grab both of them, or both sets of them. Perfect. And then find out where this stuff should go. So, got a few choice spots. Could actually fit them in with the feet, or put them up in these little cavities by the arm. I think I prefer these cavities here. Yeah, just like that. Boom. Boom. All right. Good shit. Good shit. And they're still higher resolution than the hand itself. That is good. Okay. Now we want to tweak the eyes while we can. And I want to kind of examine the face here. So we're comparing this face to here. And it's different because some of the face is based on one style, some of the face is based on another style. But I think what we're really missing right now are eyelashes. Yes, that's really the key difference, or at least darkening the area around the eyes. But eyelashes are always a good addition either way. We also have this one other reference here, which is this one is the one that it's most closely based off of. And we have a thick upper eyelash that goes all the way into the crevice of the eye, and then a little doodah on the side. So a little bit of one single lash going off to the side. Okay. So I think that's what we're going to try to mimic right now. Before I make it, I need to double check my count. Always forget. We have 500 vertices to do this with, which means how much is this right by itself? 40? Okay, this should be doable. This should be doable. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take this, just this front ring, duplicate it, and for now we'll separate it. Okay. And we're going to create eyelash. Actually, that's a lie. Because I wanted to do the thing I was talking about doing, which is to bevel the eyeball. You know what? This one's pretty good. Usually some of the larger eyes, because this eye is kind of small. When the character has huge eyes, it really needs it, but I don't think this character needs it. So we're going to separate that. Duplicate, separate. Okay. We got this now. Delete some of the extraneous ones. And then merge these ones. Derive a cut down the middle, extrude that cut. This is a good start. And we just want to smooth out that and this. Just get it thinner. And on this side here, we'd like to make that single lash that comes off. So I'm going to extrude this. Cut it. Bevel that cut. It's a little long, a little too noticeable. We're going to shrink it down. Compared to the reference image, it's quite thin. Or this one's quite large. The reference image is quite thin. All right. So there it is. I'm going to bring in this even more. Just thinning it out. And also thinning it out this way. Fun. That's probably going to go all day. Oh, thank God. All right, so there we go. Eyelash created. Actually, before I did that, I really should have done that thing I keep talking about, which is UV map it. Actually, one thing we'll need to do as well is crease it, because we're gonna add this to the high poly version. And in order for it to basically retain its current form while being smooth, it will require creases. Because we'll want it to bake nicely. Right? Yes. All right. Now that we've done that, select everything from the body. We can probably mirror this one, no problem. But not going to. All right, so we'll just also use that little cavity. Boom. Boom. And then take the eye, duplicate it, move this one to the high poly collection. I'll combine this one, turn on just the high poly version, and combine it with that. Perfect. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. All right. Now we've got some exporting to do. First step, file, export, FBX. This is the low poly body. I really have to say this out loud to myself because if I overwrite the wrong one, it's a bit of a pain. Low poly body, yes. Perfect. High poly body. Export, FBX, high poly body, high poly body. This one will take just a little bit. It is a humid day. It is very humid. You can just feel the water in the air compared to the last few months, whereas it's really dry during the winter. It's not the case right now. Not the case. All right. High poly exported. Now we have our clothing. This is the low poly export clothing. Well, save. And now the high poly clothing. Save. File. Export. X. Clothing high poly. Export. It'll take a little second. Boom. Boom. All right. So we just export the high poly, just go to local poly for each one. Now we should be able to open Substance Painter. And we're gonna get a good look at that. Actually, let's also export the low polys to. Oh, really? Damn it! I forgot the eyeballs, but that's okay. I only needed the eyeballs for the low poly body. This will be a quick export. Body export saved. All right. Now file export FBX to here. Unity, perfect. Boom. Well, all right. That's just to get the updated version in here. Got the eyelashes. Okay, that's just a color difference. That's good. I'll make the lines just a little bit thinner. Overall, looks good though. Okay. Adobe Substance Painter. Start with the clothing. Go ahead. And refresh our mesh. Go to Bake Mesh Maps. And you guessed it, Bake the Mesh Maps. These are so overlapping. I wish you could change it. Further. This will probably be good. Those are facing. Bake. Turn to painting mode. I'm clicking the button, clicking the button. Let me click the button. Perfect. All right, exceptional, exquisite. Let's move on to the body. All right, now we can refresh this one. Boom, we got eyelashes now. Wowzer. And then bake the mesh maps. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. Okay, so fuck, that means we need to re-export the body again. Go here, tab, shift N. All right, this is the low poly body we're exporting. File, export, FBX, low poly body. Export, save. Now the high poly body also needs to be refreshed. All right. Then we export the high poly. Poly, high poly, ball. All right, still loading. All right, back to Painter. Refresh the mesh. Then mode, fake mesh maps. All right, looking good. Now, ah, bit of mussing there. Those look good. Nails look good. We just don't want to bake the eyeballs. Don't want to bake eyeball. Don't want to bake the eyeballs. Uh-oh. Hmm. Why would that happen? Because they're not even there. That would do it. Duplicate M. Send over to high poly. In the high poly here, we want to change this to this one. These are this one, right? All right, then guess what? They're getting another subdivision. Let's say three. Three. All right, enough of that. High poly, once again, being exported. Okay. One more time, we'll bake these mesh maps. Bake, 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 bake. Oh, one more time, we bake these mesh maps. Come on. See, it's that it stretches inward here. I don't know why it does that on these particular objects. Just the cylinders. Not all of them either. Just some of them, it pushes inward rather than outward. That's useless. Okay. It's okay. Oh, okay. One other thing to fix. In the low poly on the tail got messed up right here. Yes, here. All right. There we go. Maybe. Messy there too. That's okay. That part doesn't matter. Can we actually now? I would like to get the text trained. I'm glad I started early today because definitely wanted to get through this part of it. This one's always just like growing pains of the getting the mesh organized properly. And I could make a cage. I could make a cage. Do I want to make a cage? I do. Fuck me. All right. We're going to take this. We're going to duplicate the collection, hide it, and call this Pom Pom Haru. Welcome, indeed. Furry. Hello. Hello, hello. Let's delete the eyeballs from this. Actually, no, we'll need them. We mesh everything, combine everything, and add to this a displace modifier set to say 0.1. I was very busy watching your streams. Oh, good. I appreciate you coming by, watching. Hope your day is off to a good start. Wednesday already. Bam. Okay. So this is going to be our cage, which we'll set to 0.1 for now. Do, 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 do. How's your modeling going? 3D modeling. That should cover pretty much everything. Well, should I do it this way? Always adjust the mid-level. Okay, that's fine. Now we'll bring back the. No, we want to turn on the high poly and the cage. Then like this. I want to make an avatar. I'm practicing making commissions of accessories and clothes. Very cool. Fun stuff. Ooh! Got hungry. Oh, hello, Lux. Kitty cat has arrived. So if I set the weight to 1 on these, what does that do? Makes it even bigger. But if I set the weight to 0, makes it small. But I want a weight of 21 for these objects. Maybe even 0.05. By displacement modifier, we are making a cage. And the idea with this is to basically help bake the mesh. Because there's just certain things that don't bake very well. Most things do bake just fine, but I'm having some trouble with a few specific spots. So we're just looking for stuff that's basically poking through. But I think that's good, actually. Just if I look at Substance Painter, you see how in here, the ears here are not, it's not going to bake them properly here for making the high resolution bake. Oh. So we want to make our own cage that it's using. Because you see there's no intersection here. So this should work quite nicely. So we'll go ahead and take this object, file, export FBX, say body underscore cage. Export. Sometimes there's some. Thanks for explaining. Hey, no problem. I've just been using this a little bit more recently. Somewhat new to me as well. I was familiar with the idea of it, but after doing some stuff in Substance Painter, I see the need now because there's just some stuff that Substance Painter messes up. And that's okay. Just finding the workaround. Actually would have been really nice to figure out how to get these proper. That's okay. We'll have to. Anyway. All right. So now we can bake. But uh-oh, I messed something up. Hello, King Pasai. Welcome. We're going at it all night too. No, but I did start early. Huh, what's going on? Okay, it's working. It messed up my bake. Is it diffusion that did that? It takes so long to save. Oh my God. I'm gonna grab some snacks. I'll be right back. Ooh, Alright, this all looks fine to me. Oh, I hit save again. Goddamn. Ah. Alright, let's try this again. Why is it doing that? Huh. Something is really, really wrong. Yay. Alright, it's not my UV map. Oh, it is. Wait. Okay. It's the eyeball. You can see it right here. How are they getting baked in there, though? It's because they're part of the cage. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. The cage has to be 1-to-1 with what's getting baked. And since the eyeballs are not getting baked, they're causing issues. I can't see shit right now. Hello, Angry Ape Man, and your raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Hope you've been doing well. Doing well. Thanks again for another raid. Hello. We're struggling with doing some baking for my 3D model. we're struggling. I'm struggling. What? Hopefully this works better. Fingers crossed. Oh yeah. Whew. Thank goodness. And it looks real good. That looks so much better. All right. Then we'll bake the fur. Is this a commission or funsies? This is a commission. Hello. Bomb bomb. Now I'll bake the fur. Fur still busted. Hmm. Wonder why. Wow. Don't look at my fur map. It's bad. It's very bad. It works, but it's not proper. Not proper at all. All right. Well, one problem solved. We'll bake the fur a little bit later. But now we've got a really good bake on the buddy. Look at that. Look at that. Still some jaggedness here. Why? Why? It's when it gets to the custom normals. I didn't have a problem with those in the past. It's landing exactly on these custom normals. Okay, let's go to our high poly. Oh, thank you. Drink water. Does Red Bull count? God, I love Red Bull. Full of liquid. That did not happen in the right order. So we want to mesh these. Boom, boom. High poly to high poly. Exporting again. Waiting for it to load. Oh. Painter. Back to big mesh maps. We're going to try baking one more time. Kind of confused by this. I can see. Oh, okay, I can see it. Okay, okay. Just the body, please. Please work this time. Okay. It's the normals. It's the normals for sure that are messing it up. Oh, that's a bummer. Why did it work on the other one though? That's okay though. As long as the normals are working on the body, it doesn't matter if they don't work here. Because once I bring them into Unity, these normals will carry over and they will work properly. So maybe it's just best to remove it anyway. Now I'm going to go ahead and combine these and remove the data transfer. Bam. Bam. All right, let's see how this works now. Happy Lion! Hey, good morning! Got about 20 minutes before I should leave for work, but thought I'd swing by. Hey, well, welcome. We're working on baking. So while you're here, this is perfect timing. I have been working on the face. So I think what was missing from the face was eyelashes. So I've added those. And I do think the character is looking a bit more on point, a bit more realistic. So this is just a good moment to get your feedback on the face. See if that change kind of works for you. So not quite perfect when it comes to the coloring, but we do have eyelashes now. So helps a little bit. Actually, this one's ignore this one. That one's messed up. Sorry. Look at this one. So this one does have working eyelashes. So hopefully that'll help a bit. Uh, Perfect. All right. I'll be sending some more screenshots your way as well. All right. Well, now we've changed that high poly version one more time. So now when we bake, the ears really should be good. Should be good. Yes. Sort of. The side fuzz is still messing up. But the ears look amazing. Look at that ear tuft. Oh, yeah. Look at that. So good. So floofy. But what the heck is going on here? It can't be the high poly version that's messing up. It's got to be either the cage. The ears are looking pretty cool. Oh, thank you. I see what you mean, though. Haha. It really helps break it up a bit. I think it was fine last night, too, and the blink lifeless stare was feeling odd. But it'll look a lot better once the eyes are wiggling and doing their thing. We're going to turn on the normals again. Those are in the right direction. But these ones, also facing the right direction on both sides. But they do have the data transfer. Well, if the data transfer was affecting it, I would expect to see errors here, but it's along the whole thing. So let's look at the UV map. UV map looks good. Also, what time zone are you in? I was curious when you start normally now that I'll be more busy again, that I wake up a bit earlier during the morning. So thank you. I appreciate you wanted to come by. So I'm in Central Time Zone. Right now it is 9:30, and I did start at 8 a.m. today. So, which is a little earlier than I normally do. Um, but I think that's when I'll be starting moving forward. Because I need a little bit more time during the day. Eyelashes are also not perfect. We do expect an error there. Everything else looks good though. Feet so good. Butt looks good. Little bit of something to blur out there. Whoa. Jeez. So strong. Too strong. There we go. All right, that'll fix that. And then for the cage here, I would just expect to see some sort of pattern that would let me understand why this is happening. Is there something else on the UV map? Oh, okay. Is this the pattern? A little bit. Not quite, though. But again, the cage should prevent that problem. So that's the difference between the high poly and the low poly. Let's go to the high poly really quick. High poly, we're going to go to your material, Akai body HP. And we're going to make you a bright blue, maybe green. That way we can see the difference between them. Make you a bright blue. Let's look at the UV map again. So I see this jaggedness. Just don't understand it. Must be getting some somewhere else. The cage looks quite good to me. I don't see it intersecting anywhere. Let's turn off the this wire set to solid. Okay, there's a little bit of intersecting. But again, it's not really in the spots I see the problems in. Just in these little corners here. Which we'll go ahead and it's fine though. I don't get it. It was baking totally fine earlier. Maybe I just take off the data transfer. Doing this. Let's give that a shot. So first export the low poly. Low poly right there. Boom, boom, save. Then we're going to export the cage. File, export, NVX, cage, bam, save. All right, back to Painter, mode, bake maps. I hit save, so 1 million years later. Come on, Substance Painter. I believe in you. Your ability to save We're going to try one more time. Of course, hit save. It's still happening. Get that. It's got to be the data transfer modifier. It has to be. There's no other reason for that. For it to be confused about the normals. This is in Substance Painter that I'm doing this. And baking refers to a few different things. So you can bake in ambient occlusion, which is what we're looking at here. This is the ambient occlusion on the character. But you can also bake in normals. These normals here. Oh yeah, definitely see it getting odd there. Okay, I know what to fix then. Noise. But so you can take your really detailed version of your character and then bake it into here. So if you had like sculpted detail, like if I wanted to sculpt wrinkles onto the character, but I didn't want to use geometry for that, then I could basically make a sculpted version and then bake those details in. There's a few other things you can bake too, emissive stuff. But it basically means taking stuff that could be geometry or shaders from another model and packing them into your textures on your main model. Okay, so I think we know the solution now. It has to be the data transfer here. There's nothing else that could be contributing to this. So go ahead and turn those off. For these ones, we'll apply the subdivision and the mirror. Let's actually just combine them now. Boom, boom. Very cool. Unfortunately, I got to get going, but can't wait to come back and watch later. Have a wonderful day. Same to you. Have a good day at work, and hopefully we'll catch you later today. Bye, Happy Lion. And welcome back, Arctic. Funny timing there. Right, so here's the body. Everything has had their modifiers applied for the most part. Let's get these mirrors applied. The eyeballs have a mirror mod. Yeah, might as well just apply it. Mesh and mesh. Okay, so now the only modifiers that are on here are the data transfer. So go ahead and file export FBX with Substance Painter V2, but turn off apply modifiers. And then we'll rewrite Akai body low poly. Back to here.
Back to Bake Mesh Maps. Shift Control R. All right. Hopefully this fixes the issue. Come on. What is that? Okay. Let's try it with ignore backface on. Okay, it's gonna lag. All right, we're just gonna close it. I can always take the fur and move it out of ways. That might work. Oh, and moly. That took forever. What is that? Does that not look super strange? I don't understand. I don't understand. Never encountered quite this air. So it's not the data transfer that's doing it. Not the data transfer. When we go back to Bake Mesh Maps, I don't see any intersection of any kind. It's almost like something's being baked on top of it. But when I go to the UV maps, I don't see anything that could be baking on top of it. And it does. Okay. That. Nope. There's nothing else there. Oh. Oh, duh. Okay. I know what's happening. Okay. Haha, I can't believe I did that. Fuck. All right. So, problem. Let's hide the eyeballs. Problem is that I thought I had taken both the left and right side and put the left side on the left side of my UV map and the right side on the right side of my UV map. But that's not actually what's happening here. There are actually, there should be two versions of this. Oh no. Oh no, I did it right. Dang it. Well, that doesn't help. Fuck, I thought I had the answer there. Instead, I'm still confused. Let's test some other things. See what if we remove the high poly from our bake, do we still get that error? There we go. All right. So we bake without it. Well, oh, but I'm still using a cage to bake. Okay, that's gonna get funky. Turn off use cage. But I mean, without the cage, those bake just fine. So the problem is the cage. Problem is the cage. Good to know. So let's turn it back on. Add back our high poly. Boom. Return here. Go to the cage. Go to the cage. Select these. Go to weight paint. And we're going to make them bigger. It's either going to help or make it worse. Either way, we'll have a better idea of what's going on. Worst case scenario is that I export this map out and then bring it back in. If baking it again with this updated cage doesn't work. And I don't think it will. So why don't we save it now? Let's go return here. Let's look at it in the variety of views we have. Yeah, see, that looks pretty good. Some occlusion where we expect it, where it's touching things, right here, and then up there. So that looks good. That's what we want. So what we're going to do is save this right now. What do we do? File, export textures. We'll call this sideburn textures. Select the folder. Output template, we want to do document channels, no alpha, 4K, just for the body. Export. And save. All right. Perfect. Now, let's go ahead. I believe I just exported the cage, but just in case. I did not. Exporting just the cage. Save. Perfect. Most likely this will not fix the fur, but that's okay. Because we just saved all that stuff. It's ready to bring in manually, and we can overwrite them getting perfect normals. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Stop getting distracted, Sam. God damn it, Sam. All right. Cage file. We have the high poly. Why does this look so funky? Oh, that was stupid. I just did something dumb. I don't know what. I already exported the cage, so most likely I overwrote the body mesh. Body, save, return here, shift control R. What? I don't understand. The cage was working fine just a second ago. Holy shit, what's going on? Oh, gotcha. Okay, I know what I did. Is because I was exporting with the Substance Painter V2, which I had turned off bacon modifiers with, which is why this is not displaced, but it should be now. And it is now. Perfect. All right. Thank you. I'm forced 4 moves ahead of myself. All right, and the cage did not fix our problems with this guy right here. Oh no, it actually did. All right, perfect. Perfect. So it was just too close, apparently. Whew. Wow, so much work. But we're getting the perfect bake. The perfect bake. That's okay. Is that perfect to bake? That's fine. All right, one final thing to fix eyelash. So we can hide the cage now because it's good. What we want to adjust are the UV maps of our eyelashes. So we'll take both of those. Actually, we will delete this one. Take this one. And Alt E, unwrap. Okay, so this is the problem that we're getting. Because there's no way for it to unfold. Boom. That didn't help. A little surprised by that. Okay, well, then we'll you project from view. Take almost all the boundary edges. Pin them. Then unwrap again. This. Ah, of course. There we go. Okay. Boom. And it's still like it's really nice like this. It just looks so good this way. Excuse me. Ah, I see. That is stupid. There we go. All right. At least we got most of the shape in. Okay, now that's unwrapped. Tab A, Alt H, select all the items besides the eyeball. And now we can have say perfect unwrap. All right, pin. Then take this L, 6, Shift C, S, and then duplicate SX -1. All right, make sure the normals are correct. I really need to set this right here to quick favorites. Display normals. Perfect. So now it's set up. All we want to do here, put our view right in the middle, boom, boom, and then flip it here too. Look at that. Look at that. Gorgeous. Perfect. Maybe not, but pretty close. Body, boom, boom. Save. That painter. Shift Control R, refresh the mesh. Back to bake mesh maps. Bake selected textures. And now we're getting the perfect eyelash bake. All right, it don't get much better than that. No, it don't. Though this one's still fucked back here. Not quite sure what to do about that one. Though it was baking fine without the without the cage. So I think all we need to do is when we bake the fur is turn off the cage. I'm gonna go to the restroom very quick. BR. All right, I'm back. So, going to focus on baking now is the fur. And that should be pretty simple because it was baking fine without the cage. Oh, gotcha. I see. I see. I get it now. My brain gets it now. Okay. Fuck. Oh, it doesn't matter. We have what we need. Let's move on to the fur. So we're not going to use the cage. We have the high poly. The fur should bake fine. So the whole reason I made the cage was because I was having problems with the cage was squishing in. But now I understand why. It's because it's based off the normals. And I was using the mesh data transfer, which changes the normals so they would squish inwards. At first, I assumed it was because they didn't have a cap on the end of the cylinder, but it's actually because of the mesh data transfer. So if I remove the mesh data transfer when I export, this works just fine. Which means I didn't need to make a cage at all. Okay. Now just the fur bake. All right. Much better. We are good to go. Good to go. Crazy. So now we can actually get to the painting. And we'll start with the body. What we want to do now is use some of the darker materials to pop some elements. Like the nose kind of blends in, so we'll want to put a shadow on the edge. The mouth needs some shadowing as well. We have shadow layer. We have our claws layer too. Let's go ahead and select those. Claw la la la. Claw. Claw la la la. Oh, what is this? Okay, good. Just make my layers then. Probably the highlight. Yeah. Okay. Can be changed anyway. Bump, 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 bump. All right. Claws selected. So we added the 3D curvature template. Now what we're also going to add is our bevel shadow template right here, which was going to look real bad at first. So it's on everything. We don't want it on everything. We only want it on a few things. So first thing to do is remove it from everything. What do I do? Make another paint layer. Yeah. So let's do. Okay. Now we go to the claws, select them to bring it back to just the claws. So it really helps pop them. Pop. Pop. A little too intense there, so we'll turn down the distance a little bit. Right about there, so a little bit smoothing. There we go. Visually, they are now looking a lot better. Now, we would also like to have that shadow go the other direction and be visible on the hand, but that's a little too much. That's a little too much, so we'll do that manually at some other point. Okay. Perhaps the beans. They certainly do need a shadow. Set this to overlay and just lower it a little bit. So now it matches the color a little nicely. Instead of just being dark gradient. And that will allow us to put it on the nose as well. Then we're going to get this line down the middle. We don't want that line down the middle. Let's go ahead and paint that out. Come on, substance. I can't believe it takes that long to save. Let me close all this other stuff. Just ensure that nothing else is interfering with Substance Painter being as slow as it possibly can. It just makes me hesitant to save my project, which is so awful. Like, that should not be the case. All right. Then also going to paint it in around the mouth. Yes. Let's see what that looks like. Doesn't really look like any, to be honest. All right. So let's make another template. Flat, which we'll first call eyelash. Now, can we do this around the mouth as well? Wow, we'll have to fix the nose there. Actually, let's do that first. So we're going to go turn off all these layers. We're going to make a folder here for mesh maps. Our texture sets, turn off the normal, turn off the ambient occlusion. Make a fill layer in here, which we'll call normal AO blur. We're going to do exactly what it sounds like. Okay. Body. Normal goes here. And you guessed it. AO goes there. Right. Then we'll add a filter on here, 3D filter, that targets the normal and the AO. Now, we do not want this everywhere. Strange to me that this is 0. Right now. Now get it. All of this is set to 0. There should be no visible influence that this is having right now. And yet, it does. The blur amount already so high. That makes this kind of useless. Oh, no, of course. Okay, so in order to adjust these values, I would have to go to the specific channel. So if we set the mesh map normals here, there we go. Okay. So we want it to blur, but just not that much. Let's add that mask. Then we'll go ahead and paint in what we want it. Oh, actually, okay. Better option is to go ahead and put these here. So have these maps here. They're ready to go. We're going to remove the mask here. So get all our values. But then we add a paint layer on top. And we set that paint layer normal to pass through and ambient occlusion to pass through. And then we add the filter for the normal NAO, because that lets us retain all of our normals, this stuff. That stuff we're seeing there, but also blur it. Okay, so now where's my brush? So I'll do this one on the UV, just for the mouth, as it gets pretty wild there. So make sure it's not creating a super sharp normal, just nice and smooth. Nice, that looks good. And then we'll also want to do the same here, just blur out these intense jaggedness on the eyes. Nice. Okay. Because the normals of the eyelash were being baked onto the face of the eye itself. No good. Let's turn down the opacity a little bit for these ones, just kind of lightly. Well, let's see. What does it look like full blast? No noticeable difference, so let's leave that. Okie doke. Next, the ears look fine. The interior of the toes, probably a little odd. So this right here. Yeah. Toes are right here. Yeah, look at that. No. No. Yeah, just where it's really bad. We're gonna give it a little spot treatment, so to speak. Okay. Now I'm turn all this other stuff back on. we've got much better maps to play. One thing to change though here, I do want to set the blur amount to Gaussian. A little bit higher. And save. In between, while saving, we can of course take a nap. Because that's how long it freaking takes in Substance Painter. It freaking takes, bruh. That, like, it's literally about 30, 45, maybe even a minute per save. Okay. Perfect. Looks very good. Now, let's get rid of the highlight on the butt. That's too much. So the highlight, paint the layer, and we'll just remove it. I think the highlight is a little too much just in general. Oh, why did I hit save? Substance Painter saving forever. Okay. What's causing that little shadow on the nose? Gotcha. It's this one. Awesome. All right, now we're going to add our actual shadow layer. Do, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bam, boom, 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 bam, boom. Oh, we also, and now that we have our mesh maps, we can add a mask and just move completely the teeth because they're messed up. But now they're not. will be our first addition to our shadow. We'll add a, not filter, a fill on linear dodge with a gradient. Map. Boom. Then we take the thing, move the thing, repeat, none. And I'm just going to move it into position. First right there. All right, so we got a nice little shadow at the bottom of the teeth, which looks quite nice. Turn up the contrast a little. Duplicate, flip, move down. Perfect. Then I'm going to duplicate it, but change the gradient to this one. So we can put this on the teeth. So invert it. Now we have a nice little way to shadow to the gums. Excuse me, that's what I meant to say. Gums. Duplicate that, move it up for the other set of gums. Now we got some nice shadowing on the mouth instead. Duplicate again. Let's move this over to the tongue. So just add that there. That's the start of the shadow, and we'll get one paint layer 2. So dodge. Do, 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 do. All right. Now we can adjust that gradient to our heart's content. Give a nice, soft shadow across the whole tongue. All right. Now from our mouth, we are missing the gums here, or the not the gums, the this guy, the mouth interior. And we'll add a shadow to that as well. I can hardly see the eyebrow there. Interesting. A little confused by this layout. Where is the start of the gums, or the Okay, so we need one of these. Ah. There we go. Okay, so that should be the back of the mouth. Right there. All right, dope. Add the eyebrows to the bevel. Then we need the lips made. So let's do that now. Another flat template will drop right here. Call it lips. Ah. Goodness. And now we're just going through. We just want to see which ones we can add to this color. See how this goes. Just follow the path. Follow, follow, follow. The reason we're doing this is because the should have been doing this. Full blast. The lips are really easy to lose track of visually in 3D. You almost always need some sort of shadowing, some sort of contrast on lips, because they just disappear otherwise. And it makes it hard to tell if you're like, especially if your character smiles or something. Very easy to lose track of that if you don't have shapes. So if you're making characters, definitely recommend doing some sort of shadowing on the lips. We're going to blur this too, so it's not as jagged. That looks quite nice. And then add on that filter, blur. I'm going to turn off this UV space neighbor. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good. All right. But the reason I made the lips on their own layer is so we can also do some material change, like give it a little bit of gloss. You can also give it some height, which is fun. Which actually gives it a little bit of bevel or catches the light a little bit. It's quite nice. I think we'll want to also run the lip into our gum, our mouth here. So I'm going to add a fill set to linear dodge, maximum value, no repeat. And this is why I unwrap the way I do. Because all I have to do, line it up on my UV map, and I know it goes all the way across the mouth. I'm going to put that more than blur. But now the lip line continues into the mouth. Really hard to see. It does continue into the mouth. Bada boom. The blur is probably a little bit too strong. Let's set it to 0.2. It also doesn't connect at the mouth. Why would that? because this edge is also metal. Gotcha. I see what's going on. I understand that it does this. All right. That's not going to be seen for the most part. Okay. Oof. One million years later. All right, so we've got the lips looking good. We want to now a little shadow around the edge of the nose. Generally, with shading, what you're trying to do, or what I found that works well, is using shading to make your mesh look smooth, because usually your mesh is going to be very sharp. Why isn't it mirroring there? Well, it doesn't matter. Do that. And I'm going to take it out. Again. Time. Let's turn on the wireframe. And I want to get a nice little like shadow where the eyes should be. So do the opacity like this. And then here, paint it out. Like that. A little too much. See if we can blur it a little bit. Blur. Maybe a little strong, but I like it. Helps add some character to the face. All right, so More things to add on the back here. We'd like as a template for the gold. Actually, let's leave that. Tattoo face, I'm just going to say gold. Because also add the tattoo there. But we want to include the little piece back here as well. That should also be gold. And it should also have a shadow, which it does a little, but we're going to accentuate it. Mm. I'm not seeing it show up though. Right, I remember having this problem in the past. I had to delete it. We need to make it from scratch. Just never seems to work properly otherwise. Okay. Now, I think we're going to work on the fur. What color is the fur? Just white, I believe. It's like a dark gray or light gray. a roughness. Maybe it should be a little bit shiny. I can make it shiny in Unity. For now, blur is our concern. Drive a template. This will be the, call them tassels. Don't look at this. It's so messy. All right. It's not too much to do with this. I guess what we can do is just like the other map is from the normal and ambient occlusion from here. And we'll make a folder. So this will be the base layer. Then this one is going to be our mesh maps. Let it fill there. It'll just be normal and AO. Say fur. Okay, fur. And ambient occlusion. Now we should be able to view those here. And we want to blur them because they're a little messy right now. That paint, and let's be normal AO blur. We set normal to pass through, and the ambient occlusion to the same pass through. Then we add that filter, 3D, just to normal, and just to AO. Okay. Blur, Gaussian, set it to 0.2. Turn it up. All right, that smooths it out nicely. Still a few problems, but definitely alleviating some of the issues. To paint out some stuff manually. But nice and smooth. Okay. Next, let's just get those tassels taken care of. So for tassel material, do something with low roughness. And then add another template here. Call this bands, I suppose. And we'll add a fill. Stripes. Scale it way up. Right about perhaps there or so. Turn down the width. Oh, those repeat perfectly. Nice. Okay. Then we'll make it dark. Give it some height. Warmth. And voila. Tassels. Oh, and then roughness should just be off for those. Awesome. All right. Again, shape template there. Filter. No. Fill. Gradient. Don't look at them. It's so. It works, but I do not. I'm not pleased that I'm using that. Do they have a radial gradient? Suppose this is it right here. It's kind of annoying that it has these edges. A lot of paint, UV, texture. Just paint that out. Surprised that surprised that's a thing. Quite surprised that's a thing. All right, that's pretty much it for the fur. Save. Red Bull. All right, fur done. Body. Body. All right, it's looking good. It's looking real good. Call this tail fluff. Sample that color. Grab that object. That's the symmetry. Okay. Then we'll do roughness. Get sample roughness. Let's match it visually. Pretty close. But now that fluff matches that fluff. And we just need to get that fluff right there too. The one in the ear. If we can. All right. All right, all right. So that's all looking pretty sharp. We will have to spend some time getting the fur spots correct. Right now, it's just kind of a rough approximation. decently close, but we'll want it to be a little bit higher quality than this. But we're in a good spot for the moment. Eyeballs look pretty darn good. Maybe we should give them a very slight sharpness because it's a tiger after all, or a lion, excuse me. Just a little. Now, file, export texture. We're going to go back to all right, let's open up Unity again. Okay. Looks pretty good. But now let's bring in all our changes. The reason I went here first, so I could get the path to the textures a little bit easier. Sometimes it's a pain to... It's interesting that one of the most annoying and difficult things about this kind of work is just tracking down where you need to output stuff. It's like, oh no, it needs to be in this folder. Anyway, kind of funny. Shouldn't take this long. Really shouldn't be taking that long. Boom. All right. Colors added. Looks a little smudged here. That is the shadow from our art. Sorry, not that one. This one. All right, let's keep the face shadow free. Man. Clean that up a little. Still looking odd right around the lips. Is that my normal? No. Must be my ambient occlusion map. Yes. Yeah, that sure looks like it. Okay. That means it's the mesh map layer. It's 3D blur. I'm going to turn this up. Yeah. It's not really helping, is it? Yeah, fuck it. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Just delete this layer. Problem is, on the eye right there, it would be nice to have some of it. Oh, you know what? Instead of deleting it, let's just delete the 3D blur. And then I'm going to go in with my smudge blur tool on the face texture here. And it should be set to normal NAO. And just manually go in. Blur these out a little. They're just a little too jagged. Something. Perfect. All right, much better. We'll still need to probably All right. All right, much better. Nice and clean. Good results. All right. I like that. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. Okay, so we also did the beans. The beans look good. I want to make them a little bit shinier. Interesting. The normals for our mesh here. We need to blur out these edges there. I mean, it looks good. It looks fine. That looks good. Okay, so I want to make the claws shiny, a little bit metallic. Also get a little bit of shadowing around the edge of the fingernails and claws down here too. So seam right there. Right, because I had blurred it out before using a different tool, which I just deleted. So I need to tweak that. Toe beans. Toe beans. It's just not updated. It doesn't look like that here or in here. So I'm curious on what exactly is doing this here. Is that perhaps our something that's not updating between changes? Scary. Where is this little jaggedness coming from? I don't see it at all in my texture. Not on my base. I roughness them. Not even in my normal map. That's odd. Why is everything taking so long? It's very full, but it's still 25 gigabytes free. Oy, oy, oy. It's not that. I don't even have the body on. Not that there is any information. Actually, there is. That should be included.
Sure.
All right, pretty minor. I'm going to ignore that. That might be the resolution of my images, actually. Might be the resolution. If I go here and let's take these, say 4K, streaming bitmaps with crunch compression. I get it. Oh, move on for now. Come back to that. Let's write that down. All right, so for the fur, I haven't exported that yet, so let's do that. File, export textures to fur. Ooh. I should have saved that. Save. All right, now we go here, drop in these textures. Hard to say that it adds a lot. Okay. Definitely makes it feel a little cleaner. And then light data, this will look nice for a thought. Give it that pop. It's a little strong. Just right there. Good. A little bit of softness. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Then reflection and specular should use smoothness. Smoothness. Metallic finish. All right. Now for the eyes, I'm just going to delete all these maps. I believe I have just an albedo one. Base color. Yeah, I can just delete it again. Keep it Poyomi. Keep it consistent there. Otherwise, I'll forget and then. Our eyes. It's 2 eyes. Select. Excellent. So it definitely is the blur that's making the export so long. Dang, that looks really good. I think we could get like a small shadow here. Or like kind of around the edge of the face. That would look nice, especially on the face itself too. Just like here. Small shadow. And then one on the chest too. So fur to body shadow. And then claw shadow. Man, definitely looking really good. I wish I could get aliasing in this viewport. Add that here. Post. I don't have it enabled. Can I just do edit, project settings, graphics? Unity enable anti AA in viewport. Edit project settings, quality settings. I don't care. I would just like it to be a little less aliased. I can live with that. All right, so back here, what we want to do is give a shadow onto the head. So in order to do that, we'll go to our shadow layer. We're going to add a fill. And in the fill, we'll add a shape like this. Set it to no repeat, make sure it's linear dodge. Then also a planar projection, because our goal will be to rotate it 90 degrees, move it onto the head like this. A bit firmer, no firmness. Definitely a little bit smaller. Maybe a gradient would be better. Why is this so annoying to use? Okay. Should probably be on its own layer. Come on, painter. This is ridiculous. Thank you. That took way too long. All right, fuck this. Boom. Right click, paint. I'm gonna paint this in. Linear dodge. Let's turn on mirror. All right. So something like this. We'll probably, I can't blur this one, so paint it in manually. Boom. I can smudge it though. Way too strong. Here. All right, that looks much better. So a little bit of shadowing goes a long way. Too much on the tip right there. And then it would be nice to have a little bit of shadow of these tufts in the ear. Easiest way to do that would be to use a gradient. Why is it so weak on them? It's really strong here, but not so much tail fluff. Let's move this below these folds. There we go. All right, that should add a decent amount. A good amount of shadow there. Maybe a little bit more on the back for our paint layer. Oh. And then give it a little blur. Okay, next Actually, let's export this now, and then we will go to the fur. Now the fur. So what we want is a little bit of basically this edge. So let's add, oh, I can't do the bevel. That's definitely not going to work. Okay, first things first. Let's just go to the shadow template, get our gradient, duplicate. Now this one, I'm going to put here. I'm going to put it where I believe it touches the body, the face specifically. That, so that we get a nice contact shadow. It's pretty darn strong. But it shouldn't really move too far away from the face. But let's set them to, let's say, 60, just in case. All right. Now we also want some shadow on the face. So again, we'll make a fill layer. Turn it all the way up. Set it to alpha shape. We use this one. Set it to planar projection. Now repeat. Shrink it down. Rotate, want it from the side. And right about there. Something that gives some shadowing to the fur that is closest to the face. Also, maybe okay, yeah, that looks much better. Nice contrast between neck and body, or neck and fur. Then need to fix that. Shadowing on the fur is way too strong here, and on the body here. Yeah, that little spot. We'll need some shadowing there if we're going to do this too, this spot. How about the parts where it touches? Barely any difference here. All right. Now this shape, let's turn up the hardness on it. Lower it a little bit. Try again. Save. Unity. Well, that does look better. I would like the main to look not quite as dark though. So we're going to adjust that in here though. Let's make it a bit brighter, less affected by the sun. We just need to paint out this weird spot. Base color must be on ambient occlusion. Do. We'll just make a paint. And in the paint, we'll make a way. Set it to replace. Right. Always forget it. Ambient occlusion plus. Nope. Faster. Wish I could sample these colors. Perfect. A few other spots, just mostly the tips here. Just gonna delete those. Ooh. Much better. Much better. You know, if I actually put that layer before the blur, it doesn't do anything. That's surprising. All right, we'll leave it there. I just feel like this has gotten too gray. So let's go ahead to our shadow template. We're going to take one of these gradients. Actually, this gradient down here. To move it up. Just right here. I'm going to set to subtract. Yeah. Just great. Better to just move these out. All right. Much better. All right, I think we are very close to done with the body texture. Or this part of the body. And we're going to go ahead and go on lunch. And when we get back, we're going to turn our attention to the clothing and finish all the clothing for the character. Clothing textures. Then after that, we'll do a Reiku. And then after that, we'll start another avatar. Because I'm crazy. But I do want to say thank you, everyone, who hung out with me this morning. I know it's kind of slow going here. Definitely a lot of back and forth, but still, thank you all for coming by. Happy Lion, Arctic, Pom Pom, Angry Ape Man, thank you again for the raid. And who else came by? Swisha, thank you for the follow earlier today. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your morning. I'm going to be back in about an hour and a half. We're going to pick up where we left off, get the clothing done. And hopefully all the texturing done today. I think that's the plan. Thank you, Arctic. Much appreciated. Hopefully I'll catch you in the afternoon. But if not, I hope you have a great rest of your day. See you all very soon. Bye.